Hello. Let me double check that my audio is also working. Okay, it is. What a day. I completely forgot that I had my audio and my video off right before I went live. But hello, everyone. Welcome to Spritz, the classic Tuesday. I hope you're all doing well. You're going to have to let me know what you're up to, what you're busy doing. For some of us, I'm sure we are participating in PickPongathon, which is the readathon hosted by our lovely host, Crystal from Bomb Book Reviews. This week, right now, I am reading for P3 Pong Prose. And I've been doing pretty well for my team, I would argue. I'm not sure if I'm actually going to be able to finish another book before I switch teams, but the book I'm working on right now, and for those who are a part of the P3 team, maybe you can mentally guess which prompt I'm working on. Don't say it because obviously they're all a secret. But I'll be working on Chuck Tingle's Bury Your Gaze today, and I'm very excited about it. I actually am only about 20 pages in, so I've only read the first chapter, but we've already had our first death, so you know that I'm into it. I love it when books kind of start off with a bang so that we know that that's the energy we're going for. I like slow burns too for horror, but like this one has got me excited. It feels right to have us start off right off. But yeah, I ended up getting inspired because I ended up seeing that Bree and hold on, Margaret, hello.
Oh, hold on. Let me get rid of that awful light in the back.
Okay, sounds good. But yeah, so I ended up getting inspired because I know that Not Your Mom's Boozy Book Club was reading this. So they got me excited to finally pick it up off my shelves.
Yes. And I am pretty sure that Brianna texted everyone she knows, read this book in capital letters. Because I got that text.
It's true. Honestly, like this is my first experience with the author and I'm already really liking it. And it's very accessible. I would argue that the writing style is like very easy to read. So that people who, you know, like it's very clear. We're not talking about purple prose, but it's also well written. Like you already feel the social commentary. So like into it.
Yeah. It's I've been interested in reading his books since Count Damascus because I know some of the like stuff there. And he obviously was in a far more from what we've been seeing in a far more strict cultish kind of
different tone. I was imagining a very different tone from this.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't read them yet. But like we were talking about, like Brianna's been down the rabbit hole. And so she was talking about like he was in a super weird Mormon cult from what I understand from what she's been saying. So
okay. That honestly, I was kind of wondering about that. Because there was
clearly has some experience with fundamentalism. So
yeah, and that's why I'm kind of like, I'd be interested to read it because I'm from upstate New York originally, and that's where the LDS faith, you know, stems from, and it started. So yeah, I used to, fun fact, I used to work for a hotel. It no longer, at least like under the name it was, exists, but it was like pretty much it was like owned by mostly LDS members, and then it catered to mostly LDS members. Half the staff were, and so I had to know the lingo, and it was a very interesting experience. I will say that most of the people were just lovely, wonderful, but it was interesting to be like almost within the fold of it because a lot of times people would misunderstand
a lot of the time. Because
people would assume I was an LDS member, so I think it allowed me a certain place in their community where I don't know. So it was interesting. But what are you up to today, Margaret?
Well, I need to plan some things that we've been talking about. I have to actually sit down and take everything from here and get it on paper so that it can be communicated to others. And I also need to edit the video that is supposed to go out today.
Sounds good. I know.
So that's the first priority, but I think I might try going back and forth. So
yeah, maybe do like one sprint, one. Honestly, I think that helps to like dedicate one sprint to one thing, then switch, and then go back. Like, okay.
So I typically do Pomodoro method. like the traditional, well, not traditional, because traditional Pomodoro is 25. I do 25 minutes and then 5 minutes. So like it's a full 30 minutes and it helps with the planning and all of math works better.
Yeah.
And so I think I might just do like I do 25 minutes of one and then I switch and do 25 minutes of the other. And then I have whatever I want after that.
Okay,
so
nice. Very nice. Yeah, I think the first sprint is definitely going to be a dinner. Oh my gosh, what time is it? It's going to be a lunch sprint.
Brunch.
And yeah. I was like, okay, it's dinner for some people, but it's lunch for me. So it's going to be a lunch.
It will be brunch for me because I woke up at a normal time for people, but then I did not get out of bed. I sat and read fanfic for a couple hours. In my defense, it is one that I have written, and I'm trying to pick it back up. So I have to reread everything that I wrote 6 years ago.
Understandable. Also kind of fun.
Oh, thank you very much. It's one of my favorite tank tops.
Yeah, I like the different color tones.
Yeah, it's very fun.
Michelle is here. Hello. And also, hey, everyone. Good to see you. I see that some people are having lunch. Some people are reading, listening to podcasts, which sounds great. Renee was having dinner. So maybe that's why I said I was going to have dinner. Made it for the start of sprints. I'm listening to Girl Forgotten, a book of the month. Pick as part of Catch-Up-a-thon, which I know is hosted by Amy and Krista. I hope I'm not missing any other hosts. Also working and eating lunch. Woohoo. Sounds good. Hello to Sirvasha. I'm off today. Congratulations. I hope you have a great day. Hoping to finish my book. Margot's got money troubles today. Ooh. Hello, Solar. Reading The 1,000th Floor today. I've never heard of that. I'm not a reader, but I've been spending a lot of time fronting. So I figured I'd pick something up so as not to mess up our collective reading stats. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Hope you enjoy. Bury Your Gaze. Thanks, Megan. It's twisted, very interesting concept. Yeah, I honestly picked it up because I was excited. I've been a bit into the idea of like Hollywood and film influencing like thrillers, mysteries, horror. And then I read The Internal Flap and I was like, oh, this seems very interesting.
Fun fact about Hollywood and cults. I live 30 minutes away from the East Coast capital of Scientology.
Oh my gosh.
So there are certain areas where if you apply for a job, it is highly likely that the person interviewing is going to have all of L. Ron Hubbard's books on the shelf and you should run away.
Oh my gosh. I guess that's good. They kind of put it on the front. So you're like, okay, I know what I'm getting into.
They're very upfront about it and very like, hey, you don't have to join our religion. We just need people to work. But it also is much in the way that Tom Cruise being like at the Olympics, the way he's been. It's kind of getting it. It's very much a recruitment tactic.
Yeah. Like they're like, we're not going to stop the way we present it. So that makes sense. Amal is reading a physical copy of Fall With Me Still. Oh, still. So that means it's been a while. You're kind of feeling the slow thing because I am a slow bookworm when it comes to physicals, but happy because it'll leave me time. Yeah, honestly, and it's totally fine. Like, I think that's the thing that we keep skewing to is sometimes people are just fast readers. They're very fast readers, and that's the way it is. Or they are also audiobook readers, or maybe they're ebook readers, and that speeds them up. And so, like, sometimes if you just read physically, you think, oh my gosh, why am I so slow? And it's just that some people read faster in different methods.
Engage with books at different speeds, depending on how, like, much I am trying to not pay attention, but like how much I'm trying to take notes and things like that, like capture, like some stuff I'm like, I don't care if I know, like if I am grasping all the information fully, I just need it in the back of my brain. Some of them I'm like highlighting plot things and doing all of that. And like, it is always impressive and I'm always in awe of the fast readers because I want to read more books faster. Like I want, but also like, I know a lot of people who are slow readers and they feel like they're not good enough because they're not reading fast. And it's like, no, you take in the information at the speed you take it in, and it does not matter how you don't get to read as many books. That's all.
Yeah. And that's totally fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like we shouldn't compare ourselves, and it's natural too, though. Like we tend to compare ourselves, but as long as you're enjoying your book, then that's
I compare myself to last year's me. That is the only person that I compare myself to, unless I am specifically like I have listened to what people say about how they are able to read more quickly.
Yeah, sure. Different strategies or
Yeah.
whatever. Like for
Like,
me,
there's something to
actually,
learn.
I ended up realizing that like as soon as I started introducing DNFing for me, my reading style, I was like,
Mhm.
oh, I'm reading more than ever. Because so there's also that kind of thing. So different strategies can help depending on like I know DNFing doesn't work for some people, but it works for me
Hi.
and allows me to move on. So
I'm too nosy.
I know you're like, no, I must know how it ends. Sometimes I will speed read sometimes to the end, or I'll read spoiler reviews.
If there is still something, so here's the thing, I have to like the characters, but if there's still something that intrigues me about the plot or something about the book that I still want to see the end of, I will continue reading it even if I'm having a terrible time with the book.
Yeah.
But like the one time I've actually considered DNFing something in the last few years, I couldn't because I was part of a discussion about it, and it was a book that I knew if I did not read the whole thing, people will be like, "Oh, well, your opinion's not." Well, obviously, like you, of course, you didn't get it. Of course, you didn't. Like, of course, your problems with this were valid. You didn't finish the book. Like they still say that about the entire like world that the authors built, but like, you didn't finish. I'm just like, no, I'm gonna finish this I'm gonna finish it, and I'm gonna have coherent thoughts to say about it.
Yeah, that's a motivator for me too sometimes where I'm like if I'm like this book needs to be brought down a few pegs. Like I was like there needs to be someone to finish this book so I can explain why it's not like God's gift to the world.
And
but sometimes I'll do that.
I still had hope that the author might have fixed the thing that I had the most like that was the biggest issue for me. There were other things in that book that I felt were a big issue, but for me as a reader. So
yeah. No, totally understandable. Also, very quickly, I saw that in Moore's comment, creating an owned books spreadsheet. I want to do it. I want to do that one day. My fiance is an ex-Mormon, and I just find it absolutely insane. Yeah, and it's one of those things where I have a few people in my life who are LDS and they're like the loveliest people in the world, but they're also willing to be critical of those who are within their community. I think that's important for whatever community you're a part of is knowing that you can be critical of others. And that doesn't mean it doesn't change your own beliefs. So as long as that's going on, because we have, extremes of all religions and all groups. And those are the people we got to be the most kind of like free of.
It always drove me nuts how like evangelicals, when I was in the evangelical space, like for me, it was very much, this is my religion. This applies to me. I will hold y'all to the same standard because you say you believe the same thing as me, but like people outside, that's not like, we shouldn't be making laws. Like even when I was still like, I mean, the Bible does say, even when I was still that person, I was still like, okay, but it should still be legal.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, I agree with that. Listening to Eye of the World sounds good. I also saw that Wishes is reading Chris and Hannah. Sounds good to that too. Good morning, Linz. Hope you're doing well. Reading The Starless Sea. If I'm pretty sure that's a big author on Purple Prose. So if you really like atmospheric reads and description, that's great. I've heard that plot isn't fully there.
And I have heard that the people who really liked the first book, like it's still got that same purpose, but the plot isn't as there.
Yeah.
So if you don't like this one, I would still suggest checking out the first book if you're interested in it.
Oh, yeah, good point. Also, hello, Paco. Paco, I should say. Paco is one of the hosts for Mystic Readathon next month, which I'm one of the hosts as well. Now, Paco's among the witches, I believe, and I'm among the humans, so we are not friends. We're enemies, but very lovely to see you. Margot's Got Money Troubles is amazing. I'm about 60% in. Okay, awesome. Sounds good. Oh, I think I knew that you were really liking it, Servasha. I mean, some books start good, then turn bad. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Where you think that I've read books where I thought they were going to be a 5-star and then they quickly turned. Hello, Beatrice.
I've had books where I thought they were going to, I think this is part of why I don't DNF, because I've had enough books where I thought they were going to be like a 3-star. I was like, yeah, it's okay. And then the ending happens and I'm like, 5 stars, 5 stars.
Yeah, exactly. On your way home, sounds good, Louise. Drive safe. Or if you're on public transit, I hope it's a smooth journey. Hello, Atia. Gonna start off with A Condition Called Love, Volume 2, and then pivot to Blood Debts. I've been meaning to read.
Blood Debts is Amy Davenport, right? Am I thinking? No, that's not. It's a completely different book.
Yeah,
different author.
I,
Never
it's
mind.
got like the two like gorgeous characters on the cover, and they're like
I do.
looking on the screen.
Sorry, I got confused with Blood Trials. Although I will say, like, I'll say the thing I was originally going to say. Annie Davenport is a lovely person. I got to meet her when I was at SteampyLitCon. So much fun to watch on a panel. Absolutely, absolutely wonderful.
Oh, that's awesome. And yes, Paco, we are enemies for now. But if anyone wants to join the Mystic Readathon, it's based off of Vampire Diaries. Nell from Nell Diamond has done so much work into it, and it's just it's amazing. So yeah, but all right, we've been talking for 15 minutes, so I'm actually going to star the last comment that I didn't get to read, and then we're going to go into an hour-long sprint. We'll be back in an hour. If you guys want to be productive, if you want to eat, if you just want to relax for an hour, that's fine. But we will see you when it's done. Bye. Hello, welcome back everybody, and welcome to those who just arrived. I saw we had some new people head over to us. This is also your reminder that while we're chatting, just make sure that you have enough water, snacks. Did you need to change your laundry? We have a beautiful model here showing exactly what it's like to take a sip.
Hold on, wait.
Perfect.
We've got the water.
Yes.
We also have the snack.
Oh my gosh, perfect. This is exactly, yes, be like Margaret.
That was unplanned. But I was like, food's done,
right.
I'm going to eat it now.
I ended up getting kind of distracted. I had lunch and then I did end up recording a short. And man, those things, like the recording doesn't take long because it's just like a minute, but the getting it all set and scheduled and everything, it's like, oh my gosh, I actually would rather just do a long form work. But I'm trying to get with the youths, get with the times and do shorts.
Okay, yes, that is the correct memory card. I spent like 10 minutes looking for my memory cards.
Mm-hmm.
They were in my bag from when I was at Panera the other day. I'm working on figuring out what I want to do, like what I want my vibe for shorts to be. Mm-hmm. But I feel like a lot of it is going to end up just being repurposed content from long form videos.
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
Just
that's a good idea.
Make sure that I'm filming centered enough that it doesn't look weird when I drop it. Yeah, that's the biggest issue.
What did you end up doing this sprint? I know that you have food ready. Were you making?
Yeah, I made food, and I made my bed.
Woohoo! I need to make my bed. It's fine.
I don't know what it is about making my bed, but when I do so, I am a more focused person than when I don't.
100%. They say messy bed, messy head, and they kind of mean that for like various things, but you're definitely include your bed. Like I feel better when my bed is made.
When I was working a regular 9 to 5, there would be times that like I would wake up too late to do so, quite often. And some days, if I was having a hard time focusing, even if it was like 7 p.m. and I'm getting in bed in like 3 hours, I would go and I would just make the bed because I'm like, this will center me.
Yes. There we go. We're going to play a little bit of catch up because there were some comments that came in, but hoping Eye of the World gets better. I hope so too, because it's also a big book for you. So like for anyone. And it's not fun when you're like, okay, when is this going to get interesting? Agree with Margaret. I love Night Circus when I read it years ago, but I haven't had that same feeling about Starless. A lot of people had that feeling, I think, where they like people are enamored by Night Circus, as Margaret was saying. Totally agree there. Blood Debts is by Terry J. Benton Walker. The Blood Trials is also incredible. Okay, so I mean, even if you had the wrong author, you had the right, like, amazing work. I'm walking. I have about 20 minutes home. Oh, gosh. You know what? I'm jealous of people who can just walk to work. That actually sounds lovely. We all have to drive everywhere here, which isn't fun. And yes, I did see this comment come in. Joined vampires already. How dare you? But also, my view is that by being humans, oh my gosh, Margaret, you're a vampire, aren't you?
I'm a vampire.
I was talking about like Paco being a witch, and I had a vampire below me. What am I doing? I just clicked cut because also, we can't get into it because obviously people can join now. I keep forgetting like what's a secret and what isn't. But Margaret has an amazing host favorite. So, I mean, whatever team you're on, you might want to read her book anyway. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. And I completely forgot that Nell asked me for my host fave until she was like, yeah, you said this. And I was like, oh, that's right. I did say I will fight Leander to the death for this one.
That's right. I did threaten violence. Meanwhile, like for me, whenever I join like a readathon, I'm like, go hard on the theme. So I was like, what book have I read that includes a vampire?
There are so many like books that I can put down as favorites. So a lot of the time, like I won't pick what I would say is my favorite book ever because number one, it's book 3 in a series. Yeah, that doesn't work for people. It is Mark of Athena by Rick Riordan. But number 2, like I'm like, well, it's a very popular series. What books do I want people to experience more of? Mm-hmm. So like quite often I will pick books that like maybe they're not my favorite, but they're one that I'm like, this is one that not enough people have read.
I agree. Yeah, that's a good perspective. Should also like switch things up because sometimes there's certain books where it's like a lot of people have already read it. So it's like they now don't have the chance to get like a host favorite because they've already, you know, read that book.
They've already read it, yeah.
That way. So this was in regards to like the idea of DNFing. Like sometimes DNFing, it's smart not to because a book can turn around. You can suddenly gain, you know, interest. So awful for about 70%, but the last 30, 10 out of 10, you're glad you didn't stop. So that makes sense. Very into memoirs these days. Loving it. E-reading The Underworld by Susan Casey for Arc August's game board. See, I need to like actually participate in Arc August. There's a few arcs that I really want to read this month. And so I think I need to join in the fun of that. Hello, Nina. I hope you're doing well. Also, Christina joined. Glenda, welcome, Christina, and everyone else. Just popping in on work break. I'm sure, Jamie, that you left us already. Yeah, thanks for being here. Everyone greeted you. Also, switch to something shorter because, well, 600 something pages. Yeah, smart. Good to switch things up. Hello, Sam. Reading Holly. Oh, is that Stephen King? That actually just came to me.
I believe so.
Yeah, until I go to work at 3. Then I'll switch over to my audiobook of We Used to Live Here. I have high hopes for it. I hope it works out. I have an audiobook for work as well, actually, like when I'm walking around the shelves and like shelf reading. Hello, ML, just joining and listening to Death at Morning House. Whoa, by Maureen Johnson. Is this like a new book or an old book by her?
I'm looking it up because, okay.
Yeah.
This looks like, okay, so it's from the best-selling author of the Truly Devious books.
Yeah.
I feel like that has to be something that is more recent.
Yeah, like maybe a new series, or is it part of that?
Interesting. It's a standalone. Okay, it was published on the 6th. It was published last Tuesday.
Oh my gosh, a brand new release. Okay, ML, we're going to have to depend on you to let us know how good it is.
I love Maureen Johnson's book. Like, Truly Devious, I kind of got a little obsessed with that series.
Yeah, no, honestly, like that's my only experience with her. Do I have another? I can't remember. Oh, you know what I just read? Your Guide to Not Getting Murdered in a Quaint English Village.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that one's like half cartoonist, but it's really fun.
She does spend quite a bit of time across the pond.
Yes, 100% makes sense.
Her husband is English, or British, and so they go back and forth between there and New York.
Okay.
But I know about her because of a ghost series. It's over there, but I can't see it, so I can't tell you what the name is. But I don't think the series was finished, so I haven't gone beyond the first book.
Yeah, you gotta wait it out. Also, hello, Virtues. I think this might be your first time. If not your first time commenting. Let us know if you want us to call you by a different name. But Virtues is also a pretty cool name. I'll be listening to In Order to Live by Yanami Park. Very interesting. I've never heard of this. While doing laundry and attempting to fix my desk chair. Ooh, also, I'm assuming it might be a translation. If it's not, feel free to let us know too. But I've been meaning to add more translations to my TBR. Hello. So glad I could join today. Yeah, me too. Let us know if you're also part of PickPongathon, because that's technically what this is for. I'll be reading If Looks Could Kill by Jennifer Griffith. Ooh, that sounds great. Also, it gives me kind of maybe thriller vibes or mystery thriller vibes. Dishes are 90% done. Finish up the next sprint. Water and break time. Water and break time. Yes. Drink the water. On my series spreadsheet, I have 30 series, 3 of which are unstarted. I am caught up on 6 series, waiting for the next to be released. Catching up on 8.
I need to start a series spreadsheet, but I am afraid.
Yeah, I always think about doing that, but I don't know. I feel like I just need to like go with the flow, because there are so many series that I've started that I've also just decided not to continue.
That's the thing. I need to do some sort of series audit to figure out which ones I want to actually continue or finish, because I have a bunch that I have 1 book left.
Ooh, yeah. Me too, actually. I have yeah, I was like, no, I'm eyeing one right now, and I'm like, you're the last in the series, and I just, for some reason, won't pick you up. It's fine. Started When Among Crows, trying to work out while listening to an audiobook. Laura, I believe in you, but also don't work yourself too hard too. Like, take it easy if your body needs that. About an hour and a half in, liking Death at Morning House so far. Okay. Hello, Bree. Woohoo. Thanks to you, I am reading Bury Your Gaze. Woohoo. I'm enjoying it so far. I have 3 books on currently reading, but I already want to pick up Extra Normal. I remembered, yes! Oh, it's so fun. So that's a middle grade horror by Kate Ellis Marshall. It's got great rep. We've got a deaf character. And there's a really great kind of like found like family, or not found family, but like most of the kids are adoptive. And so there's this kind of just like lovely, I don't know, connection between the kids, and it's very fun. It's very creepy too. So yeah, I highly recommend that you continue to read that, or at least keep it up on your TBR. Hello, JB. Took a shower. I'm getting my reading desk set up for the day, hoping to finish Greek Lessons. Ooh, by Hong Kong. Is that the same author as The Vegetarian? I could be completely wrong, but I think it might be.
Well, you are the one that works with books, so you probably would know better than I would.
Yeah, only because like that's the only book I've read by that author.
Yes, it is.
Speaking of translations, so okay. Listening to All the Right Notes by Dominic Lim at 26%. Ooh, is that a romance, like a musical romance?
He was a Steamy Lit, I think.
Ooh, oh my gosh. Yep. Okay. Then that tracks. Wait, I don't even know the occasion, but I want to be a vampire. I know ML.
You should channel ML.
And I won't even fault ML for it. Oh my gosh. And ML, you'll be very excited because my host favorite is In Every Generation by Kendare Blake. So that's a series that we both have really loved because it's like Buffy-esque. It's very fun. It's a YA, very quick. The audiobooks are great. So they're super fun. And I'm not someone who reads YA very often, and I loved the entire series. Trying to decide what to read for Year of Birth Readathon, the 31st. Oh my gosh, I didn't even know this exists. The choice is between a book about an all-women squad during World War II or USS Indianapolis. I just started reading Six of Crows, 17 pages in. Okay. I don't know. Whichever one you choose. I'm not a historical fiction person. If I am, it's got to be like historical mystery, historical fantasy, historical sci-fi.
I don't remember what the USS Indianapolis.
Yeah, like I actually don't even remember that either myself. DNF'd 8 series that I've started and completed 5 series that I've started. More. Honestly, that sounds good. Especially like DNFing is probably the best choice for you.
I think I would go with the USS Indianapolis because it sounds like it's a little bit more. Sometimes World War II is a little overdone sometimes. So
yeah, so I didn't want to be the one to say it, but I think World War II is extremely oversaturated market. Yeah,
I get why people like those stories because I feel like the narrative we have about World War II is like a very sanitized, like it's a very like cut and dry good guy bad guy when that's not historically accurate, but like it's easy to write stories for that. But anyways,
well, because I read it's a nonfiction book and I thought it was just so thought provoking. It's called, and it's got like a very kind of blunt title, but it's People Love Dead Jews, and I had to look up the author because I want to get it right, and it's called the author is Dara Horn. She is a scholar in like Hebrew, Jewish literature, everything like that. And she has this perspective of like, why in history, like, why are we like the media marketing obsessed with this, including obviously World War II literature. And I thought it was really thought provoking. So if people are interested in that, I highly recommend it. Hello, Witchy! You're reading The Unmothers by Leslie J. Anderson and Akatar. Very nice. I wonder if it's a reread for you. Hello, Stevie. New series, I think. Just bought The Marine. Okay, very cool. For your birthday. That's right, Laura. I hope you had a lovely birthday. I think it was the 9th of August. I hope it was great for you. I had my dog pick a book. He didn't even want to get one. Oh, I thought I was tricking him. I guess trick or treat. He's like, trick, not believing it. Hello, Priya. Oh, I am reading Bury Your Gaze by Chuck Tingle. It's been a really interesting, kind of fun, fast-paced horror so far. You're reading Powerless by Lauren Roberts, a very popular series. I hope you like it. Posted a video. Name of the Stars. Okay. Shadow of London series. Got it. We only have like a couple more comments left, so I'm determined to get to the bottom. As long as I know how to get back to StreamYard. Here we are. Yes, on Team Lit Pongsters. Very nice. So I was on Literary Pongsters last week, but now I'm on P3 for this week. Oh my gosh, hello, Amy. Going to use this to help stay focused on my freelance writing. You did that last week, and I hope it was productive for you last week and this week. Amy's also a really huge cozy mystery reader, so if you're a fan, you should check out her channel. Dee Dee, oh my gosh, Dee Dee! I feel like is because you changed your picture? Is that why? Let me know if I'm crazy, because I was like this. This is crazy. Anyways, because I was like I used to call Dee Dee Virtue. I'm just on my book channel as I've been editing the videos from this week. Okay, because I was like, why is that so familiar? And I feel like it used to just be Virtue, but maybe I called you Virtues last time too.
Well, they're on a different channel than usual, so that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. Oh gosh, so funny. Finished about 2 chapters. Sounds great, Renee. Okay, then on that note, we're gonna have another hour sprint, and we'll be seeing everyone when we're done. Be sure to check on your water. Don't forget to do that. Okay, bye. Hello. Welcome back. Let me know how you did. Just so everyone knows, I'm trying to coordinate with the maintenance guy in my apartment building. He's doing some repairs. And so if you hear banging, it's because we haven't timed things right. Because he's been trying to be mindful of when we're talking. It just is what it is. So I just want to warn you because I heard some banging a second ago and I was like, we're going to see how this goes. So I recorded my video for Thursday and that ended up working out really well. At least I think. You know, when you record, we'll see how my editing self feels about what my recording self did. But then I ended up finally picking up Bury Your Gaze, and that's what I'm going to be doing for the rest of the day. So I'm excited to make progress on that. Yeah. I was like, oh my gosh, I want for most of the sprints for me just to be reading this book, but I had to get the other stuff out of the way. So how did you do though?
Had the wrong memory card, had to find the right memory card, but I do have all the footage loaded into Premiere Pro at this point, and color correct basic color correction has been done. So now we can move forward with life.
Very nice. That's good. I know it's always like little things, and I'm like, okay, now I can actually move forward. Also, because we've been talking about the Mystic Readathon and we have a human and a vampire on screen, I thought we might as well showcase this.
It doesn't matter to me which team people join, whether they join humans or vampires, because humans, in my opinion, are just pre-vampires.
Honestly, that's what I was thinking. I was like, one, we are like, because you know there's also the witches and the werewolves, but that's a whole different thing. And I'm like, the one thing we're going to turn into is a vampire. Plus, we get with the vampires. Like, I mean, like we're your love interests. So
yeah, we're infinitely sexier than either of the other two options.
I mean, yeah, I was like, we're
the couple. Like your lover's really hairy.
Yeah, exactly. It's you know what? For the most part, they're okay. Like if anyone has watched Vampire Diaries, I think that the vampires have it. But yeah. Anyways. So yeah, join if you want. It's actually going to be a pretty chill but competitive readathon. And Nell's done some really fun things where she's going to do like a watch along where we watch the Vampire Diaries together and stuff too. Nice. So it's not just reading. Yeah. So
I will step back from that because I have controversial opinions about who Elena should have ended up with. So
honestly,
I stopped watching.
Yeah, well, you know what's going to be fun is watching the first season because I'm like, so we've come so far from the first season, and also like the people, and just it's very funny. So if anyone wants to rewatch or just watch it for the first time, it'll be a good group to do it with. So yeah,
one of those that, much like Once Upon a Time, I was like, I can't deal with this love triangle crap, so I'm just gonna not watch for a little bit, and I will come back. I didn't end up coming back for the Vampire Diaries because I had definite like what I wanted to happen, and that did not happen. Once Upon a Time, though.
Yeah, well, because even
I got me, and then I went and rewatched everything.
Well, I was saying when I was watching it, when I first got exposed to it, shows like what a weird janky system back in the day. I discovered that it had likely been illegally uploaded to Facebook, like the entire episodes. So I just started watching it on like a random Facebook group, and I was like, this is definitely not allowed. And so it's very funny to be like, well, nowadays that would happen.
It would really depend on like where they like was it? I don't know. Anyways, I remember there were a few shows that I pirated back in the day. Risked my computer's life. But like also that was back when like, well, I mean, it's still this way with a lot of network TV, was where they'll have the first 5 episodes or the most recent 5 episodes and not the rest of the season. So I would get caught up to where I could keep up on the actual site. So like it works.
Right.
There.
You're like, okay, now that I've watched it all, now I can finally like catch up. Because that's what I was doing. I was trying to catch up. I didn't have Netflix at the time. So I was like, let me just catch up to the main season and we're good to go. Shadows of London is great according to Renee, by the way.
Yes, you should. Absolutely. Do it.
Join us. Also, Slayer Fest is happening. So I'm glad that you mentioned that. It's hosted by Brittany from Rescues and Reads. So like perfect timing. Why not do both? Like 2 vampire related readathons. I think it sounds great. Might as well. And I'm pretty sure Brittany's approved as well. Like she's like, yeah, do both. Why not? So yeah, there we are. Year of Birth Readathon is a 12-hour sprint session hosted by Nicole Noteworthy Fiction, where the goal is to read a book published the year you were born. I had my eyes on American God, but it's long. Okay. I didn't realize that Nicole was hosting that. That's pretty fun. My eldest just called and told me a little something that spins my brain. Some I knew. Tomatoes are fruit, strawberries are a vegetable, and bananas are berries.
Christina, do you want me to blow your brain even further?
Oh, God.
Vegetables don't exist.
I know! I learned that. Vegetable is like a culinary term.
It is a culinary term. It is not an actual, because everything that you would call a vegetable, it is a berry, it's a root, it is a couple of other things, but as a like species or whatever it is, like a biological term, vegetables don't actually exist. We made it up.
I find that so interesting. As soon as I heard that, I was like, that actually kind of makes sense. But I'm glad that you were able to get done. I think you were talking about your dishes. Hello, Brecht. Nice to see you reading Glitch Game number 1. All right. Sounds good. Sat down to read some more of the Gilded Cage. Enjoying it. Awesome, Laura. Keeping up with Sprint on my computer. Have to find out what happened to my TV. Oh, no! I hope that you figured it out. Yeah. Did dishes. It was a dishes sprint. Still liking the book. In fact, it got very intriguing. Well. Maureen Johnson does it again, apparently. For now, at least.
Yep.
As a botany. Botany is concerned. What was that? As far as botany is concerned, vegetables don't exist. That's so funny. I love that.
Well, it's like, technically a tomato's a fruit. No one's going to call it a fruit. We all know that it is, in fact, a vegetable.
Yeah. Or wasn't it like we found out that the reason why peanuts are different from tree nuts is because peanuts are a legume.
They're technically a bean.
Which I find very funny as well. Been flying through my work, so this was a great sprint for me. Amazing, Amy. I'm glad. Yes, we're being productive today. Read a few more chapters. Sadly, the book is very much, at the moment, but not a long book, so I'm finishing it. Okay, yeah, speaking of DNS, up to your own choice. If you feel like you can finish it, and then you'll feel good about completing a book. How are spirits? Ooh, do you mean like what do we think about spirits as far as like in the form of our mystic readathon? We don't have a spirits team, do we, Paco? Because we don't really interact with ghosts. Or let me know if that's not what you meant. Maybe you meant how are sprints. Sorry I didn't join for the last chatty bit. I was held captive on the couch by my cat, Andy. He is a very good, cat at captivating you. That was a planning sprint for me.
Nice.
Now I should be able to move on. Awesome. I know I did do some planning in the last sprint as well. So we're doing everything. Sounds so fun. Sort of makes me wish I could make myself do readathons, but I always fail. But huge TVD fan. Honestly, join for fun. Just like maybe mood read and see if things fit prompts. You can always do that. You can still join in a community or join, but just don't join a team. And I think you would still participate in the watch along and the general stuff. So if you want to join the community, ML, I think you still can. Just don't join a team if you don't want that like responsibility on your shoulders. Once Upon a Time, the first few seasons were definitely best.
They had interesting stories to tell in season 4, but they floundered a bit in season 4, and I think that really clouded people's judgment because like season 5 and 6 were decent. They were not as good as because you could tell they definitely had a plan for the first 3 seasons, and that it was all interconnected. However, God, I love that show so much, including season 7.
We'll see if that's controversial. Hello, Jess. I'm at work, so I can't actually hear. Yeah. Oh, we're just here. We'll wave to you. Hello. Wanted to pop in, say hi, say I hope everyone is having a great reading day. I'll see you in chat tonight for Brittany Sprints. Yes. And again, if anyone's new here, we transfer you right to Brittany's at 6:00, which is in about 3 hours. And then we can continue sprinting over there. Adore Once Upon a Time, Love Once.
Such a good show.
Regina is Queen. Margaret, I need to hear your thoughts on Bonnie and Damon.
That's it though, Dee Dee. I wasn't even watching the show at that point, and I was sold on that.
Yeah. Well, for anyone who's not, who wants to start TVD, we won't give any spoilers, but like things get crazy. Things go up and down and all around.
Someone that if you are going to change who the main love interest is halfway through the season, I don't, or the series, I don't want it. Like, you'd better have that be a possibility from day one if that's what's going to happen. So I tell her Amafi and I don't get along.
Yeah,
do not sell me on one person and then switch it, especially when the other person is objectively worse, in my opinion.
Oh my gosh, listen. I agree. I think it's one of those things where you got to come up with the plan, and it's just like, just like, you don't have to, like, it doesn't have to be like this weird twist. Why are we making romance swaps like, a big twist where suddenly they're with someone else? It's like, we didn't need that. Just
and it's like
they're going to be with, and that's it.
There are stories where it makes sense, but like, at least with This Woven Kingdom, the way that she did it and the way that she goes and she builds this fantastic relationship in book 1, and then you get to book 2 and I'm like, oh snap, I think she's doing the same thing here that she did in Shatter Me, which, like, Shatter Me, she very much built up a relationship and then switched it after, like, objectively made the person that you liked from book 1 worse, so that she could get the main character with someone that you didn't like in book 1.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like, I'm going to ruin this. So then you have to accept the other thing. And I don't know who's hosting Slayer. Like, I don't know who the other hosts are, but the main host is Brittany from Rescues and Reads. She was a mod during the amazing Readathon as well, to kind of like jog your memory. Folding my laundry. Very nice. Pick up a piece of art.
That is talent, Christina.
Oh, God. I don't like spiders. I respect their existence in the world, but I don't like them. Vegetables are not a thing.
Technically, they don't actually exist.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, Jess, you must have just like gone from context clues, because you certainly can't hear us. Also, yay, thank you so much.
Jess can probably read the chat, so.
That's true. Probably knew where it was going. Maybe assumed we asked for a link, even though we didn't, because that was our bad. There is no spoon. There is no vegetables. Okay. Like, okay, none of these things are real.
What do you mean there is no spoon, Christina?
Maybe because the idea is like spoon, fork, knife. Is a spoon like a rounded fork? Is that the argument? Or like I think know. A spoon is it's a superior utensil.
It is.
It does everything.
Definitively distinct to both a fork and a knife. So,
yeah. Although it can function as a knife and as a fork, I would argue, in some ways.
You can't stab anything with a spoon unless it's a spork, and that is not actual.
I'll freaking cut things. I'll be like,
no, yeah, you can cut things with spoons, but like, you can't I can't stab my meat.
I guess that's true. I scoop the meat. That sounds very, very odd. I've been working on my reading journal. That sounds great. Food just needs to be separated into 2 categories: things I like to eat and things I don't. Exactly. And then we can live by Danny's standards. That's how the world should be. Misspelled sprint. I was kind of thinking you probably just asked how sprints were. And I was like, well, we're talking about vampires, werewolves. Why not? Hello, Rye. I hope you're doing well. You can play Feather Mood. Ooh. Mode. You can play Feather Mode. Season 7 was something.
It was. I still liked it.
Almost 30% into my book. Not sure. My thoughts. 30% still early days, so you can figure things out. Also, Carissa's here. Hi, Carissa. Glad to see you. Binge that show like crazy. Lost some great nights watching it with my boyfriend. Huge thing. He doesn't like TV shows, but stopped at season 7. I did though. So did you stopped at season 7, but you still need to watch season 8? Is that what you mean?
There is no season 8, unfortunately. They did 6 seasons with the original cast, and they almost like a spin-off was the 7th season, and I think they should have just made it a spin-off with the cast members that were continuing.
Okay. Interesting. And then also, Laura, hello. I know that you were sprinting earlier today. I don't know if you still are, because you're doing it with your book club with Beatrice. Probably just going to loiter this evening. Understandable. You were just sprinting. Just got done watering my vegetables, your culinary items, because that is not a thing. I think that's very funny that Louise, if you missed it, we were just talking about how vegetables aren't real, and it's a culinary term, which is very funny. Need to do some laundry and then read. Sounds good. Yeah. The Matrix. Matrix.
That explains it. I was not allowed to watch The Matrix and haven't caught up to that just yet.
I've never watched The Matrix, so yeah, I didn't even know that reference. But anyways, on that note, let us continue the day. We are going to do another hour-long sprint, and we'll see you guys when we get back. Thanks for hanging out with us. Welcome back. Doing a bit of a self-care check-in. Maybe you need more tea or coffee, something else to that effect. Let us know how you did. I ended up reading that sprint. Woohoo!
Oh.
Yes. And so I hit page 50. I read for a couple chapters. I'm just kind of like taking my time with the narrative, but I'm still like very intrigued by it. How did you end up doing?
I am like 10 minutes into the vlog, so we'll see how we do.
Okay, sounds good. Hopefully progress continues. I also don't remember where I was at. Dun 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 dun. Let me see
Well,
here.
we definitely got past all the haze.
Yeah, okay. I think I found myself like we were talking about the Matrix and we headed off. Renee also says haven't watched the Matrix. There are a lot of like well-known movies that I haven't watched, or I know the scenes, you know, like they're iconic enough where I get the references because we talk about it. Thought it had 8 seasons, so that means I stopped around 7th, and with my boyfriend at season 6. It's been a while. No, like honestly, it has. But we've been talking about that TV series for quite a bit because it's still obviously very well loved. My boys are about
7 seasons on the main show, and then there was a Alice in Wonderland spinoff that had 2 seasons.
Oh, okay, maybe that's where the confusion's coming to. That makes sense. About to go play some Magic and D&D. Ooh, sounds fun. Yes, a nice quiet home for you. Yes, we are hydrating. We're making sure, and if we aren't during this break, go get some more water. I was chugging some water when I was off camera because I was like, I actually have no water near me. I need to grab some. Also, hello, Kirsty. Good to see you. Had a self-care day today, and I'm now settling down to try and finish Bet on It by Jodie Slaughter and maybe start Make a Scene by Mimi Grace for the plus size readathon tonight.
Oh, nice.
Oh my gosh. Another reminder of another readathon going on. Also, hope everyone has been well. It's been about a month since I last made it. I know I haven't seen you, Kirsty, but honestly, life happens. You said you've had an awful time with reading slumps, which is also a very common thing in July too. Hence why Margaret has a lovely readathon during that time. But it does happen, especially if any of us who are participating in the amazing readathon. I was in big slump territory myself. So
I'm not going to call it a slump. I've had a reading slowdown.
I've
just been focusing on things that are not reading because I was also needing it done, typically. I'm trying to get a little bit better this month because I am a host for a readathon, and there are points involved. So
there are points. Yeah, I like your term slowdown, though. A reading slowdown as opposed to a reading slump.
It's not that I don't want to read. It's just that I am not, like, it's not a priority right now. I feel like for me, a slump means I'm not reading at all and I do not want to pick up a book.
Yeah.
You know?
And don't force it. That makes sense.
Like, I'm making a choice intentionally to choose other things right now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Danny has picked up 2 books.
Nice.
So reading for all of us. Got to 86% in A Novel Love Story. Ooh, I know your buddy reading that with Laura, so you're probably going to finish in like another day. And then 6% in Bloody Rose. Off work. Woohoo! Sounds good, Tennille. Yes. Going to take a break before reading. Maybe after a break, I'll get back to The League of Gentlewomen Witches. I find that to be a very comfy cover of a book as well, to be honest. Up to page 160 in my book. Eventually need to listen to A Novel Love Story this evening. I knew it. I was going to say, I was like, Danny and Laura are buddy reading, so I knew that was going to happen. Very fun. Wow, 4 hours in now and still really liking it. Took out all my trash and recycled that sprint. Being productive while listening. This is why we need audiobooks also on the go, because I get a lot of like household chores done. I also need to take my recycling out, actually. Hello, Bethany. Popping in from work to like and greet all my bookish friends. Well, thanks. It's really good to see you. I hope hope work goes well. I finished a whole chapter in my book. Not great, but I also made coffee and cleaned the kitten's kennel too. Now I just need to actually drink the coffee. Ooh, nice. Reward yourself with cleaning the kitten's kennel with some coffee. Started dinner, so I'm weaving in and out of being here. Oh, yeah. No, that sounds good. Nourish the body. Good morning, Jojo. Speaking of coffee, I'm sure that you're getting your coffee all set too. Hope you're having a good day. Got to 32 pages in, and it's getting me out of my slump.
Nice.
Awesome. Also going to get some tea.
I need to do that, or I need to take a nap. One of the two has to happen.
I've wondered if I should become a nap person. I'm not someone who naps, but I was kind of like, should I start trying to nap during the day?
Like, I don't fall asleep nap a lot of the time, but if I'm feeling slightly tired, and don't tell my boss, but I used to do this at work too, but I'll like just close my eyes for like, at work it would be like 5-10 minutes, but here like I do like 20 minutes just to kind of let my body rest and reset. Usually if I nap, it means my allergies are acting up, I've been sick, but I have D&D tonight, so I want to be like fresh and on my game.
Yeah, ready to cause some mayhem.
Yep.
Blaming Amazing Readathon, but it was also a nice break. I was full slump. I read exactly one thing in July in the final week and nothing else. Yeah, I mean, it happens. And also, actually, that's why I had a reading slump vlog, because I was like, well, we might as well talk about it because I think at the beginning of the month, I had DNF'd my first 3 books. And I was like, I'm all for DNFing, but something's got to change. Yeah, I was like, I got to have a win. Oh my god, it's good work though, like went to caption that and everything, but it's very time consuming. Just finished Cat Gamer Volume 5. Jojo, what? Oh my gosh. It was my favorite one so far. Super Cuteness Overload. Oh, okay, so I obviously need to do that because I've only read the first 4 volumes, but I think I would have had to pre-order the 5th volume. So I think that must mean it's out here in the US too, I assume. You're going to make me want to go check because I need that. It's so good. I wish I was only reading. I honestly too, I know that Danny for a fact is probably reading like 5 books right now. Channeling my inner Rainy.
Let's just not talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like for now, we're focusing our brains on 2 reads. Jumped in during the middle of that sprint. Awesome, Jane. Good to see you. Read about 40 pages of Democracy Awakening by Heather Cox Richardson. Just a little light reading for the afternoon. Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, like very clearly sarcasm. That is not light reading. But it sounds like it might be important reading. So I'm glad that you are doing that and hope you're getting what you want out of it. I'm in a reading slowdown too. Oh, it's catching on just from life being a bit rough at the moment. But I like that term. Yeah, because it's one of those things where it's not like a dead stop, right? Like it's almost like not to use a driving description that is actually illegal, but you know, like when you're like at a stop sign and you stop, there's the people who do a rolling stop. It's kind of like that's what's going on with reading slump. Like rather than reading slump, it's reading slow down where you don't exactly stop the car.
In some neighborhoods, the stopping at the stop sign is more a matter of just like caution than that there are so many stop signs in my neighborhood that like you can see if there is anyone coming. So like stopping is perfunctory just a little bit, but I still they like to get you on those, so I still will like I stop because I don't want to miss somebody. But like a lot of the time it's like I didn't need to stop here. There was no one.
Yeah, or a more legal term, maybe a roundabout. Rather than a 4-way stop, it's a roundabout. So you are slowing down the car, and then once you get through it, you can speed up again. So yeah, let me actually do like legal descriptions, or like a yield sign, yield instead of a stop.
Just a section where like the speed limit is a little bit lower because there's construction going on.
Exactly. Construction in the brain. We're working things out, and then we're ready to continue on our reading pace. There we go. The metaphor, we found it in the end.
Yep.
Also, there's drilling. So if y'all hear it, it's because my maintenance guy and I are out of sync. It's fine. We'll get through it. We only have 5 minutes left.
We cannot hear it.
Thank gosh. Okay. The mic is doing what it needs to do then. I finished Assassin's Quest yesterday and feeling a bit unmoored by it. Or by this. Did start a few of my book club books, but haven't read enough of any of them to be fully invested yet. That's where I was at. At one point, I was at like 25% for every single book. And I'm like, I need to tier this a little bit better because it's very weird. Have just finished Legends and Lattes audiobook today, which was my first read of August, but can't say my thoughts as it's for a collab. Well, I'll be excited to see your thoughts on that one. Because that book surprised me, if I'm going to be honest. I took a nap. I regret nothing. Yes, Atia, do not regret that. Good for you. Feel you guys with a reading slump. I have not wanted to pick up a book for the past week. And it's good not to force it, too. I think that we feel like we need to, and it's good to be open. We need to also acknowledge that reading slumps happen. Like, don't hide it in the dark. Let's actually admit that reading slumps happen. I don't nap. I just go to sleep. What were you going to say?
If I do a full, I am asleep nap, it's 3 hours later.
That's my problem with naps. It takes me so long to fall asleep. And then, but it's like a 3-hour nap. I'm like, and then I feel really groggy from it. I need to learn how to do a hard 30 nap.
I will set a timer sometimes, but if I'm like, I need a longer nap, there's a certain point in the day. I think they've found that if you nap after 4, it will fall asleep nap after 4. It will throw off your sleep rhythm. But if you nap before then, your rhythm, your circadian rhythm remains intact.
That's good to know. Okay. Well, it's exactly 4:00 now, so no napping. Never mind. Maybe tomorrow. Good morning to you, Jess. Having some coffee, getting ready to power through Inheritance games before the cutoff for Pick Pong. Yes. Nice. Good. Good morning, Nicole. Hope you're doing well. I love how, all of the Australians, New Zealanders are waking up. Glad that we're here for you all. I have DNF'd about 6 things since July. Trying not to DNF another thing. Yeah, exactly. Love Me Do by Lindsay Calc. If it happens, it happens. It's not fun. Flying houses, mentions of tea, and nonsense. What? That sounds lovely. That really does. Oh, wait. Volume 5 was my favorite too. You guys are all making me so jealous. I think my problem has been trying to make myself read summary romances when I'm in a moody kind of atmospheric. Yeah, because you're like, oh, it's the season. I should be reading summer reads. I get that way too, where I realize a season has passed and I have not read a seasonal book for that season. I like the idea of it, but I'm not good about that either.
Good morning, Nicole.
Yes, good morning indeed. Just jumped in reading Shameless by Brian Taylor Cohen. Sounds great, Shannon. I hope you're having a good time with it. That's an awesome term. I really, I feel that as well. I'm not in a slump, but I'm on the edge of it. Yeah, I think reading slow down. I like it. Margaret, you've coined a term.
It is not. Here's the thing. I know it's not normal for most people to read 20 books in a month. That is abnormal. I feel like most people are good if they read 1 book a month. So the fact that we are in the top percentage if we're reading more than 1 book a month already. So I don't, no pressure. Nope. You read when you want to read. You don't read when you don't want to read. And I guess I have different categorizations for when a reading slump is happening versus when I'm just well, I'm not really reading right now. I've got something else that's catching my interest. Or I need to take a break. May, I was intentionally not reading a lot because I knew June was coming.
Exactly. Yeah, we've got plans. We're trying to organize our lives.
September into October real interesting for me.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But yes, I was I'm trying not to encourage bad driving habits on this channel.
Meanwhile, I'm out here a rolling as long as you're slowing down at those intersections and you're looking before you go, I don't really care. I understand why it has to be illegal. I think it's silly.
Yeah, it's just it's one of those things where I was the way I'm trying to phrase this is good for reading, maybe not good for driving, but here we are. Got distracted, but read around 10% from Bring Me Your Moonlight. Ooh.
Midnight, I believe.
Midnight. Just came in. Okay.
Listen, I can throw no stones.
Honestly, that sounds like a great title too. Bring Me Your Moonlight? That could have been a title.
Leander has not experienced the level of typos that I send most people.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you're on the YouTube app, I don't think it does the autocorrect checking when you're typing quickly. So it's a lot of times when I see that, I'm you're typing from, that totally makes sense that you're typing from your phone.
At this point, there are certain words my phone currently is trying to correct 2 typos because I typo them so often.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, I got you. Finally done with what I was doing. I can actually read "Listening to the Spear That Cuts Through through Water." Whoa, what a title! Okay, very cool. Also, going to pause this because I see the end of the comments and I refuse to not.
We see the
Oh my gosh,
light.
I've got too many. Yeah, I was like, I see the light at the end of the title, and it's simply saying, "I agree, Margaret. We are overachievers. We just
I
want to be a part of everything."
I think we put a lot of pressure on ourselves. That is fun sometimes, but when it stops being fun, it's fine to take that pressure off, you know?
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Good to remind us that if we tell others it's okay to slow down, that means it's okay for us to slow down too. You know, we got to take our own advice sometimes. But okay, so it's 4:00. We've got 2 more hours. So maybe we should do. I did this wrong last time, and I'm like, okay, how do I do this? So let me do. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do a 45, and
Okay.
then what we might do is another 15 chat, and then maybe just sprint until you guys jump over to Brittany. Bring that back because that actually is kind of nice. So I might do that because last time we returned and it was time for Brittany's and I was like, what did I do wrong? Okay. So let's do a 45 and we will see you guys when we get back. This is the second to last sprint. Hello. Welcome back. Let us know how you did. I ended up getting to page 70. So making some slow progress. I think I'll probably very easily hit page 100 before the sprints are done. And then we'll see if I continue or switch to another read. Margaret, how did you do?
I don't remember where I got to, but
Okay,
I've edited some of the vlogs.
Okay, good. Very nice. Progress is progress.
Chilled for a little bit, and then I continued editing the vlog. So,
woohoo! Yes. Oh my gosh. And that's for today's video. You were saying that's going to go out today.
In theory, we have D&D tonight, though. So, like, I don't think it's happening tonight, but I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. Yeah. If it does, we'll be there to watch.
Yeah.
Also, Christina, this was just before we went on break, but listening to the dramatized version of ACOTAR, Diamond Painting, may switch and work on Blanket for a few. Well, let us know if you did. Reading slumps definitely happen to everybody, and slowing down is healthy when you need to. The only way I can read as much as I do is by allowing myself to slow down as needed. Yeah. So Luna's here. Hello. Good morning. Yes, I think we officially have all of the New Zealanders and Australians awake and ready to go. For a couple whole months last year, pre-booktube, I only wanted to binge specific series, so I did. I finished several long series and almost no other books in those whole months. Yeah, and if that worked for you, it works for you. You know what I mean? Like, read what you feel like. That's why mood readers, they like preach that mood reading is what works for them, and they don't like TBRs. Meanwhile, other people need the motivation for TBRs.
Other people need to actually sit down and think about what they want to read before they can consider actually reading.
Yeah, it's like not just jumping right into a book. I'm like, okay, I need to assess what do I want. Meanwhile, Glenda notified us that Atia has started sprints on her own channel. So you all can also, go say hello to her. She was recently in the comments, if you recall. It seems as though we're on the same day schedule. Like Atia always starts around the time that I'm about wrapping up, which kind of works out. That's pretty nice. Me trying to do some coloring on my iPad and it freezes. Think it's trying to tell me to get reading. Had coffee, breakfast, got back into bed with my book. Maybe that's what I was telling you. Get back in bed and start reading. Oh my gosh, page 205 of 372. So over halfway. Did not read, but took a needed gaming break to rest my mind for reading again next month. Exactly. We approve. Honestly, a gaming sprint, like a cozy sprint in general, I love it when people come back and say that that's what they did. Because then the timer brings you back. So it's not like if you're afraid of losing hours, like we kind of call you back from it. Got through chapter 1. Okay. ... Arrange supper, watch some booktube, maybe you'll read in the next one, and debating doing meal prep tonight for later in the week. Speaking of watching booktube, Nell hosted her most recent 5-star exchange catfish style that I was a part of, and I've been meaning to watch the other people's videos. So I need to do that this evening, I think. Yeah. Worked on my diamond painting. Great, Christina. Make that page 208. 3 pages read in 3 minutes.
Nice.
Read 3 chapters and ate a bit. Awesome. Yeah, this was also, people are now kind of getting into their next meal time, whether it be kind of lunch, dinner. I'm 5 hours in and someone has gone missing. Dun, dun, dun. Jojo, you know who's also reading it? Jess. Jess is reading the Inheritance game. So maybe you guys should touch base, unless you already are. I don't know. 2 New Zealanders reading the same book. Am I drawing a conclusion that's like too far-fetched?
I mean, New Zealand is small enough. They might all know each other. It's like the size of Rhode Island. Actually, I have no idea how big it is, but
yeah, I know that they've definitely
it's tiny compared to Australia.
Yeah, and like with us too, it's like we're the same country, but also I'm on the northern part of the Northeast, and you're in the southern part of the Northeast.
You're at least an 18-hour drive away from me.
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely.
Potentially 24.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So I'm southern PA, which is also there's a lot of southern PA because PA is surprisingly a big state. Went for a walk during that sprint. Just got back.
I know it used to take us like 13 hours to get from where I am to West Virginia.
Oh, so, okay. Interesting.
Or 16, something like that.
Yeah, so not maybe only a few hours higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about ACOTAR, I have just put a hold on ACOMAF, second book, because I know BookTube has taught me. Let's see here. Atia's Sprints. Thank you for the link. It's very fun, I think, but not everyone's taste. I'm hoping to get to book 3, maybe in September, October. Sounds good. Jojo, if I wasn't so far along, haha, I knew it. For Pick Pong, I would buddy read it with you. You'll have a good time.
That's funny.
I was like, 2 people are talking about the Inheritance games. Fun. They sound like books that would read rather quickly. Perhaps your mood will lean their direction in the months to come. Also, my sister stopped by, scared me a bit, as I was very into the audio and did not hear her knocking. Honestly, this book, like, if I was, like, really into it, I feel like there have been some tense moments where I'm like, if someone knocks on my door right now or, like, rings my bell, I would possibly scream. Like, I'm into it.
I've had a few times where, like, I will be the only one in the house for, like, a week, and that's always the time I decide to pick up a thriller. And so I'll get halfway through the book and be like, I'm alone in the house right now. And I'm already jumpy when that happens.
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
this wasn't the best choice.
And it's so funny, too, like, if there's, like, bad weather or when it's, like, kind of dark outside, dusk, fall, just kind of eerie vibes. I'm like, ooh, I want to read a creepy book. And it's like, why is my body making me want to read so, you know, like, it's very weird.
Our house was built in, like, 1923, we think. So it's an old house, which means it's very creaky, especially at night. Like, it settles. Not fun when you're by yourself.
No. Also, hello, Beatrice.
Hello.
Welcome back. I think that we're doing pretty good. Margaret's making progress on editing. I'm making progress on reading. Recently read Against the Grain by Melanie Harding Shaw. It's set in New Zealand, and it was interesting to see the Maori names used. Oh, I love that. That's awesome, Carrie. Yeah, that sounds really good. I've been messing up with my new desktop. Ooh, messing around with it, trying to figure things out. Been reading for a project, which I'm almost done. I know what project it is, Beatrice. Also, Beatrice, speaking of readathons for September, Beatrice has one that is mythology retelling inspired. So might want to check it out.
Beatrice, if I was not already co-hosting one and planning my own,
I know, right?
I might still check it out and make a TBR just in case, because I love me a mythology retelling.
I know. It makes you wonder. You're like, I wish that there were multiple versions of this month. Like, I want there to be 3 Septembers so I can do them all.
It's hard, and I think that's part of why I started making. Well, that's why I started out making readathons, so it's easy to participate in them and in another readathon, because there are so many that go on, and I know, like, I would rather you do my readathon and someone else's than not do my readathon at all. You know, I want to make this easy for everybody to because I'm someone who wants to do all of them too.
Oh,
as someone who had a spreadsheet one year when I was doing whatever the Book Junkie trials were going to be called before the person who created them got canceled. So.
Well, that's also why you and I have been talking, because we both have things happening in October, and we want to make sure that kind of people know that they're both happening and they can do both. They can do one or the other.
Yep.
Anyways.
I have been thinking about what benefits they could get if they're also doing yours.
Ooh! Oh, that sounds very fun. Interesting. Okay, I might have to consider doing the same thing. Well, we'll talk.
It's very in theme with the readathon that I am planning on doing.
So. Yes, it is. Okay, perfect. Well, anywho, everyone's just kind of going to be wondering what we're talking about in due time, friends. In due time. You
will know in September, at least for me, hopefully. I think Leander has things a little more together and definitely are happening. For me, it's like I got to get a few things in place and see if
I will say mine's a little bit more simple compared to yours. Like, for what I'm doing, like, I'm like, Margaret is on a journey, and I can't wait to see how that journey works out in the end. But it's a lot more mental heavy, I would say, in my opinion, compared to mine. So there we are.
On my end, I think it's going to be a lot easier for people who are participating.
Yeah. So not as far as like participating, but like the moving parts that you're kind of designing completely different. Yeah.
There will be less math for y'all than for me.
Exactly. There we go. Also, just some news. Exactly, Beatrice. I was already promoting you. I love it. I was prepared. I was like, everybody check out Beatrice. Oh, it's on KU, the one set in New Zealand. Awesome.
Nice.
Luckily, I was not listening to a creepy book. Yeah, good for you, Christina. Yeah, you weren't. You were just listening to a dramatized one, so you were immersed. Also, thank you for the reminder. Make sure you're hydrating, getting that water in. Also, having some food if you haven't eaten in a long time. Honestly, not to say it's good or anything, but you can pair it really well with other readathons. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
So for people who want to do everything, maybe they can. Also, Aoife is one of the co-hosts.
Nice.
I know Aoife is. I know Danny is as well. I know Laura is. Beatrice, I'm aware of a certain few things. Also, obviously, it helps to watch your announcement video. I also have a readathon in October. I know, Jess, I told Margaret this, and I think that your readathon also blends well because it touches a different thing. Like we're all doing different things and allows for everyone to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
So, Jess, don't you worry. I'll be promoting yours too. So excited for the version 2.0. Me too. I'm not going to lie. I'm very proud of how cute all the graphics are.
Oh, nice.
Yes. If we're talking October readathon, I have a bingo board I'm bringing back from mine, Disney Villain. So a different kind of theme. Listen, we're all into the same vibes. Like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do everything, friends. Oh no, there are so many lovely readathons in September. My ambitious self wants in, but my confusing one, submission forms. Oh my gosh, that's right. Because there are so many, says no, participating in 3 already. Yeah, it is true. Like the number of, even with the one that we're doing, I have to remind myself of the submission form and doing the task.
I think we are getting a bit oversaturated when it comes to competitive readathons. So I think we're going to see a lot less of those, except for like the really big ones. Like probably sometime starting next year. Like I love them, but I do think like when you've got multiple going on at once.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to say, I was just in a conversation with Brie and Brittany, and one of the things I just said, I was like, I think that competitive readathons, team-based readathons, may be seeing a change or like taking back, just because there's a lot that can be really overwhelming, and like the fallout after, depending on how competitive they are, like with reading slumps, aka reading slowdowns, I'm using that term, Margaret. I'm just letting you know. I love it, and that's what's gonna happen. I think that competitive readathons are like that though. Yeah. So hence why we're kind of doing more individualized goals. That's kind of how a lot of us are catering it to, like Jess, Paco, myself, and Margaret. That's kind of like what we're looking at in October. There might be a competitive one in October, but ours are we're going for individual focused things. Anyways, maybe we can have an announcement link for Beatrice's readathon pinned in the chat. Maybe, I don't know. I would have to go into, I could probably try to pin it. If someone shares it, I can pin it and go onto my phone into the comments, and I can do that. That would be lovely, friends. If you go to my community tab, actually, if you go to my community tab, you can find Beatrice there. Perfect. We got a couple people who've already shared it.
I was going to say, I don't know if I can...
with the wrench of power.
Yeah, I don't know if I have the wrench of power, because I was going to grab... Aha, I see it. But we already got it, right?
Yes, we've got the links.
Beautiful. See, Christina's already on top of it. And Danny.
Yeah, so I won't pin it, but it is here. So if people are interested, please grab it now. Both Danny and Christina got it for us, which I appreciate. Last year was Monster Mash. I love that. It's going to be busy. You're right. It's going to be busy, but it's going to be fun. So no worries there. So many. We got this. It's going to be fine. It's hard to choose which readathon to do. I have 3 I want to do next month. Need to see if 2 of them can be done together. Yeah, like blending things together, or just accepting that you might do a little bit of everything. Like you might not complete everything, but you can do a little bit of everything. Some of the readathons merged into each other. Yes, I think that's very helpful too. Yeah, of course, no worries. on that note, this is going to be the last sprint.
wanna
I'm
go
going to
with
change it.
55.
Yes, thank you. I was like, what is the time? Yes, we'll do 55 minutes. And then we're literally just going to say goodbye to you all right now. We'll go into a 55-minute sprint, and then I'll be sure to check on the time and then just transfer you guys to Brittany. So the next time you hear someone speak, it will be Brittany's voice. See if she does a bit of a jump scare for you guys. But okay. Thank you so much, Margaret, for joining. Always a pleasure. And yeah, happy pick ponging or reading, cozy sprinting, everything. But thanks for hanging out with us, guys.